Hi, this is Kim Pinkney, and back by popular demand is Art with Edge on my channel. And I'll show you which ones I'm going to be working with. This one in particular is Justice League. It's this one right here, and I'm going to be doing a Wonder Woman. And then I'm going to do some extra stuff in here because I've seen this one done on YouTube already. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add some things to it that other people have not done. So let's go ahead and get started. So the art with edges that I'm going to be using is, again, the Justice League, and I'm going to have a little bit of fun with some of the supervillains. And you'll see how I kind of incorporate both of these books into this one image. When I first looked at this, I'm like, okay, this is cool. I can do something with this. And what I'm going to be doing is, one of my biggest gripes about this art with edge, I mean, I like the images, but stuff is cut off. So we'll just kind of have to work with that. And I have this one idea, and I'm hoping it's going to work. I've already coated my picture with baby oil, and I had it dry overnight under a fan. But it's still kind of wet and transparent. Not so wet that I can't touch it and have it on my hands and stuff. But anyway, I just want to let you guys know that that's what I did from the get-go, as I coated it with baby oil. It is toned like a gray tone right now. You can kind of tell the difference between regular paper and the toned paper. Okay. Because the features are really tiny, I may end up moving on to colored pencils to take care of the smaller details, but we'll see how it goes. I know I'll probably have to use it when I incorporate the supervillains. Okay, so let's see what we've got here. The first thing I usually do is I set off with my white, and that gives me the highlights, and I kind of figure out where the light is coming from. I have a choice. I can either have the light come from the star itself that's behind her, or I can just kind of figure out where it's coming. So here's one of the shadows here under her boob. So I'm assuming that the light, and then under her chin, is also coming at an angle. So the light is coming at an angle like this. Okay? So my light source is going to be right here. So everything up on this end, on the right side, is going to be lit up. So that's where I focus my white crayon. And I'm not so concerned with what's the word, being perfect. I just try to get that on down there. And what this does is going to keep it'll keep my highlight on this side. So when I get ambitious and I start throwing colors on, I still have my highlight. And if you've watched any of my videos before, you know that I hate when they throw too much black on stuff. So what I'm doing is I'm going to go ahead and add the whites where I think they'll be. And if I feel like they've encroached on my drawing coloring space, I'll definitely be highlighting some of that stuff. Hi Amanda, how are ya? Now this is an art with edge. I did not draw this, but we're going to have a little bit of fun with the background and stuff, because I've seen a lot of them and they seem kind of meh because they stick with what they see, you know. Either they take it right off the let's see, they take it right off of the book and they don't really add too much to it. And I'm like, you know what, let's do a little something something. We can do better. Well, not better, but we can throw our interpretation on there. Okay, what the hell am I talking about? Yeah, we can do better. Let me stop being arrogant. But what I'm doing basically is going ahead and just, like I said, hitting the places where I think the light is going to hit it. I'm going to be using my heat gun And I will be using a blending stump, and I'll show those in a second. And I've found that I really, really, really like coloring with crayons now that I've discovered the heat gun using this and the baby oil. Now the baby oil will come into play a lot when we get ready to do the villains. Okay, and anything that I may have missed that should hit the light, I'll probably just add that as I go. Yeah, who doesn't love a little Wonder Woman? I tell you. Yeah, I think nowadays, because the character is so iconic, I don't think there's anybody in this world that has not grown up with Wonder Woman in one shape or form nowadays. Okay, so I'm thinking the light's hitting it this way, so I hit this, and what that'll do is it'll make things come forward. I'm really pushing it coming on the bottom here because usually when you're going away from the light it gets a little darker. So okay, and I'm kind of assuming that her hair is a little bit further back so I can get away with what I'm doing here. And I'm just adding. Okay. And if I make a mistake, it's no biggie because I can always cover it up. This is white. Alright. Okay, so we've got our whites down, our highlights, but I'm going to still keep this close by. I usually like to start off with the face. That's the really big point of interest. And I'm going to give her kind of like an olive tone where she's kind of got like a tan about her. And I'll bring this down closer. I am notorious for being out of the camera, so I apologize if I pop out every now and then. Just let me know that I'm not in the camera anymore. Okay, so I've got my crayon caddy thingamabob where it's got like all these crayons here. And if they are too big for my little area, which they may be, I'm going to revert to the Crayolas here. I'm using the 24 pack, but I've got like so many colors that I like to use for the skin. I might even just dip into one of my 100 packs and see what I come up with. Alright, so with all that said, let's go ahead and put some color to put pencil and color to paper. So I'm pulling out colors. Peach and apricot are pretty much the go-tos for light colored flesh tones. I'm also going to pull out raw sienna. I like to use at least 2 or 3 colors on my faces and stuff. So let's see, since this is white, I'm going to have a corresponding dark. So we'll see if raw sienna will be our corresponding dark. And usually that is on the opposite side, so all my dark tones will be pretty much back here. So where the light is coming from this way, my dark tones will be coming in this direction. So we'll give her a little bit of a, and I'm kind of using the gal, I'm going to slaughter this woman's name, Gal Gadot or Gal Gadot, however she pronounces her name. I'm going to use kind of her facial structure. So let me see if I can find her again. Because her face, because of a lot of her poses, they're in the position that is really good for Wonder Woman. This is not brown enough. I need this like a little darker. Let's see, this is brass. Let me see what brass looks like on here. I can probably get away with that. And I'm also using the original Wonder Woman, Lynda Carter, as reference, because also her face has got some really nice bone structure and stuff. Okay, so I am throwing in some cheekbones. And one of the tricks to kind of making it look realistic, or at least, you know, not so flat, is just pick up a picture of someone whose face is in your, in your direction that your character is facing. Okay, that was antique brass that I used for her shadows in her cheeks. This one right here is almond, and I'm going to use that as like kind of like a mid-tone, and I'm just doing little circles and just trying to get like a little bit of a tone down here. I kind of want her to look a little bit more exotic, or what's the word, Mediterranean. I don't want her to look European so much, because she's supposed to be an Amazon, and Amazons are out in the sun, and they fight, and they look tough, and they got muscles. Not saying that European women don't have that, but I just want to give her just a little bit more sun. Okay, now this color here is apricot, and I'm just bringing that around in close to the darker tones, because it's like the further away you get from the light, where the light is hitting it the hardest, it starts to show the color. Like when the light is hitting it the hardest, it'll be white. That's why I use the white. And then as you get away from that, it starts to have the colors till it gets to the deepest, darkest tone, and then it starts to lighten up. Picking up peach now, and I'm going to use peach as the mid tone, and the other ones are more of like the lighter tones, and it just will give you a little bit more depth. Now, if you find that you're using baby oil coated paper and it's not coming out, you can always heat your paper up, and that will give you a little bit more play with the colors, because what it does is it warms up the crayon and it brings the crayon colors out. Now, if you guys have any questions at all while I'm doing this, I'll explain as best I can. I'm not always looking at the chat, so just bear with me, and I'll catch up with your question and as soon as I see what's going on. Okay, so I'm going back to the raw sienna, and I want to define her nose. And I'll bring this down so you can see this just a little bit better. Okay, let me see, make sure I'm not out of the camera. There we go. And you can see the colors just a little bit more. There we go. Alrighty, so that's what I'm working with. So I'm not going to use so much pinks and light tones. I want her to kind of be a little edgier. I'll try to warn you guys ahead of time before I add the heat, if I feel like it's not picking up enough tone. Okay. Also, you need to keep, because these are crayons, and when crayons go over each other and things like that, and they start to blend, they leave these little specks around. And you want something to kind of wipe that away without smearing it. Especially when you have baby oil. Baby oil has a tendency of smearing it around, and usually you can rub it out. I'm going to use this little brush here because I don't see my other brush. And usually it's pretty close by. But since I've been doing a lot of painting and using markers, I haven't had to have it. So I'm just going to lightly brush it away. And you'll be doing that a lot throughout the picture. So it's good to have something around that you can use to brush things away. Now I'm going a little bit into the white, which is fine. And I'm just bringing a little bit of the peach into the other side, because I want to give her face a lot of depth if I can. And and it can't hurt to throw a little bit of pink on her cheek. Let me see. This one, oops, that's not pink. But it was close to pink. Let's see. This one's close to pink. Okay, this one is Tickle Me Pink. Okay, so I'm going to throw a little bit of that above the dark tone. So she's got a little bit of makeup on. She cares. She cares. She's that or a bruise. One or the other. Maybe the next one I'll do, she'll have a black eye or something. Yeah, that's one of the things that they don't show is heroes with battle damage and stuff very often. Okay, so I got a little bit of pink on her cheeks, and that just makes her a little bit more glamorous. There we go. And I won't be adding any more of that. At least not that color. Okay, but I still want to add a little bit of dark tone to this. This is Fuzzy Wuzzy. It's like a brown tone. I guess it's like a teddy bear color or something. Okay, so I got to remind myself that if I come down below her knee, that I have to raise the camera up a bit. Okay, you really want to get rid of these little smudgy specks as fast as you can. Only because they will get annoying. They will end up on the edges where you don't want them. And with baby oil, it's in there. Like I said, you can rub it out, but sometimes I'll end up just coloring over it. Okay, so usually when I have a lot of color on here, I'll go ahead and start bringing it in with a blending stump. And I picked these up at Walmart. Hell, I think everything here I picked up at Walmart. Yeah, except for the baby oil. I got that from a dollar store. But yeah, everything here came from Walmart. So definitely affordable. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit this with a little bit of not baby oil, I'm sorry, I'm going to hit it with my hot air gun. And I'm only going to do it in like small bursts, only because crayon, it doesn't need, you know, when you melt it, it doesn't need to have, what's the word, a lot of heat. It doesn't take a lot to melt these crayons. And you'll see that when I do effects. So I'm warning you right now, it's going to be a little loud because my camera and the mic are connected. So here we go. Yeah, I left it on a little bit longer because this, you know, this is the first time I've used it today. And then you can just kind of blend these in. So I'm going to blend that in a little bit. And then I'll be layering it with more colors. If you want to use your colored pencils, you should use those first, because the crayons have a tendency of getting scratched off by the hardness of the Crayola pencils. Okay, so let me see what it'll do. What I'm gonna do to kind of compensate for that is I'm going to kind of heat up the paper. I'm going to use a little bit of the pink again. Well, no, I don't need the pink because I don't want to make her too purdy. I'm going to use this mahogany. I'm going to use white again, and I'm going to use, let's see, there should be like a peach tone in here, or peach-like tone. Here it is, right there. All right. Okay. And let me go ahead and do the same things too up here. Let's see, white crayon. Did I put you away? Yes, I did. And I shoved you down really deep. Okay, here's white. And this is where I'm going to have like some highlights. So I'm just adding those again. I'm going to add Fuzzy Wuzzy where the dark areas are. That's kind of like an indication of where your shadows are. So it's safe to put colors there. And if you want to make her look really kind of buff, you can add your highlight, and then right beneath the highlight you want to go ahead and add those colors in. And that'll make her arms look a little bit more buff. And the darker the shadow, like I'm going to use like this antique brass again, the bigger your muscle will stand out. Give her some armpits. Try not to make it hairy. Okay. For boobage, and then right before I get to the bottom of the line, because I don't want to be right on the edge of that line, I want to be right above it. And what it'll do will allow me to put another color here. Okay, there's her bicep. Here's a shadow's going to be right here. And then right here. And it just adds a little bit more roundness to it. So like, here's the highlight's going to be here because I want this to be round. Or rather right here because the light's coming from this direction. And I'll just add like a little bit of a shadow here. And a little bit of a shadow here. I just want her stuff to look round here. Let's see, light is hitting it here, so I want it to kind of round out. And you can kind of see where another shadow is from right here. So you go ahead and just follow that right on down. And it, you know, there'll be a little shadow there, but we don't need it there. We could put it like here. And that just makes her muscles stand out a little bit more. And then above all those, I will start putting the mid-tones. So we've got the lightest, we want to use the lightest one, which was peach. No, apricot. Apricot's the lighter one. So I could throw my apricot on there, right above and a little bit into the white, or rather below the white. And just go ahead and toss that on in there. And this is the lighter tone closest to white. And it doesn't hurt if you even go a little bit into where the peach is going to go. So it's going to go white, apricot, peach, and then into this brown. You know, the darker tone that we used. Fuzzy Wuzzy. It's going to go into Fuzzy Wuzzy and the antique brass. Just right above it. And it's okay if it's, because what I'm going to do is I'm going to layer it with peach. And usually I do this step before I apply heat, because I want to get enough wax on here. And I'm going to go back into the face a bit. And I'm going to leave a little bit of an area for where the light hits it. And usually the light will hit a face, like if it's coming from this direction, you kind of want to think in terms of a circle or a roundness. And this is like the cheekbone. It'll be light on top, but then there'll be a corresponding dark behind or beneath it. Same thing, it'll be hitting a light right here, white, and then it'll start to get darker here, and then it'll start to lighten a bit on the other side. Cast shadow type of thing. And I always neglect the ears. I can always do that with a darker tone here, because I want it to look like it's in the shadows. Okay. Now, blowing it with your, you know, just trying to blow it is not going to make these little guys move. They are on here. So I'm just like kind of brushing them away. And then I'm going to use peach, and I'm going to work that in. Peach is the darker tone of, you know, for the skin. And then I might even take it even darker. Now peach, I'm going to go right over the apricot. I'm sorry, yeah, the apricot, the antique brass, and the Fuzzy Wuzzy. And it kind of brings the colors together. And I'm going to go into the apricot, but I'm not going to go all the way into the apricot. I kind of want to make a transition a transition tone, so that her skin has like a. I want to show that it's smooth, but not so smooth that it's like metallic or anything like that. Just a transition, gentle transitions. And it's really super subtle. And I just keep rubbing it through. I'm going to do a little bit of that on her face here. And I'm going to leave that part white because the light is kind of hitting it from that direction too. Yeah, this Art with Edge book is pretty cool. It's just that I hate that, a lot of stuff is cut off. Like the legs and stuff like that. But it's like you can only do so much with a 8x10 size sheet. So I kind of understand. Okay, so now that I got all this stuff kind of coated with all those colors, I am going to try to bring out a little bit more of a contrast between the browns and stuff. So I want to get a darker brown. Let's see. I'm going to be using... No, that's copper. I just want a dark brown. Let's see. Raw sienna wasn't a bad one, but maybe just plain brown might work. If she was darker tone, maybe I would use some of the other tones as well. Okay, so here's brown, and I'm going into where the shadows are. If you want it to be more dramatic, you can use black, but I don't want it that dramatic where it's that harsh of a tone. Or you can use a complementary skin tone, something that's like the opposite of the colors that you're using. So let's see, I don't have my thing in front of me, but oh, here it is, right here. And what I mean by complementary skin tone, like if I want to make this brown a little bit darker, brown kind of falls in the reddish, orangish area. I would use like a blue, and then I would coat the blue with brown, and that'll make the brown a little bit darker. So instead of like turning to black right away, that's one of the things that you can try to make your colors pop a little bit more. And now you can see more of the highlights with that. And here, I'll go ahead and illustrate what I mean by adding some blue to it. I'm going to get rid of some of these smudgies here real quick, some of this dust. Okay, and I just wipe the sponge off just because I don't want that to stay on and I'm rubbing and then another bit comes off. Okay, so I'm adding a little bit of blue. I'm not putting a lot of pressure on this. I'm just adding just a little bit of pressure. The blue takes a bit to come out because I've got the baby oil on here. It may be different if you do it without baby oil. And if you're having problems layering, like I said, go ahead and apply some heat and the colors will come out, but you don't want to put too much heat on it, because if you do, you'll have like a melted crayon that you have to deal with and then maybe scratch off. So let me go ahead and heat this up, that way you can see the blue a little bit better, and then the brown will have to cover that. Let me go ahead and hit it one more time. Okay, so what the heat is doing is it's kind of going into the baby oil. Now you can see the blue a lot better. And it's kind of combining with the baby oil a bit. I just want it to look a lot darker in these particular areas. There we go. And you only need a few seconds to do it. And if you're still finding that it's not coming out, you can hit it a little bit longer and use your blending stump. So there's going to be like this brown here. And it just adds a little bit more contrast. And I'll throw a little bit on her face just to make her a little tougher looking. And we'll make it a little higher. She's got high cheekbones. Okay, so I like kind of doing an eye bag, but this is so fat compared to what I want to do. I'm going to probably end up using something else. So I'm going to go ahead and I'll show you what the colored pencils will do. But before I do that, I'm going to heat it up again. Okay, and then I'm going to go ahead and add a little bit of eye makeup to make her eyes look a little bit more dramatic. Now with this heated up, the colored pencils aren't scratching off the crayon this time. And this gives me a chance to define a lot of my shadows. And I can add a lot more to it because the tip is really thin. Okay. And then I'm just taking the colored pencil and just doing little small circles to get it to come out a little bit more. But yeah, usually I use the colored pencils first. To prevent anything getting scratched off. Okay. Another thing that I like to do, where is it? Oh, where art thou? There they are. I like using my signature markers on top of the crayon and I've got a lot of skin tones in here too that I used. I like, let's see if I can find brown here, or brownish tone. Where art thou? There it is. Okay. I found this easier than putting it in one of these instead of just using one of those. Using the tin. Tin is so bulky, and I can't take it with me. Or I can, but it's just too much. It's too heavy. Okay, for my poor little back, because all the other art supplies that I take with me. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to heat this up one more time, and then I'm going to quickly use a little bit of the brown. And what that's going to do is going to make some areas a little bit darker, and I'll be able to smear it onto the crayon here, so it'll blend in, so it doesn't look like you'll see when I do it. Let me hit it one more time. All right. Okay. So really quick, before everything cools and stuff. These things dry pretty fast, so if you're going to do this technique, you want to be fast with it. So you apply it in whatever direction you're going to do it. You only need a little bit, and then you just kind of want to work it in, and it gives you a few seconds to where you can kind of blend it with the crayons and the colored pencil. Few seconds, and it just adds a little bit more to it. I'll go ahead and give, because she's got like a slight shadow right here under her jawline, so I'm going to give that slight shadow on her nose as well. And I'm going to pick that tone up and put it like right here to give her kind of like nostrils flaring or whatever. I can even give her a tip on her nose if I wanted to. Now this these markers also give you a chance to, and this is one of those super tips on this one. Super tips work too, if not better, because they really will allow you to throw it around. See all that movement there? I'm going to use the super tip again right here. And that'll make her eyes look like they're a little bit further back, and I can just blend it in a bit while it's wet. So now she's got kind of like this exotic look about her. She's a little darker. She's a little pissed. And baby oil just adds that extra little something that allows it to slickness, that allows it to kind of move. We'll make our cheekbones a little bit more pronounced. And just kind of work that in. Okay, and I want her nose to be just a little bit more pronounced, a little bit more dramatic. And just with a quick touch. And you see I wasn't adding a whole lot to it. And that gives me the chance to add a little bit more to it. Okay. So, we have Wonder Woman. This is really super white right here, so what I think I'll do is I'll just add a little bit of this peach tone in the color pencil, but I don't want to touch the edge here. I'm going to leave that edge alone and just gently move the color pencil in here. And I found that if you heat up the color pencil or heat up the paper, the color pencil kind of glides a little bit better too. So you may be tempted to try that as well, because one of the biggest complaints is that it's not about the Crayola products is that they're not, they're dry. Sometimes they're dry when you get them. Sometimes they are, I guess it just depends on which one you get and when you get it. When things sit on the shelf for a long time, you know, the product seems to kind of decay a little bit. And I have no idea how you would figure out what batch is fresher, I guess you could say. But this baby oil kind of helps you counteract that. It gives you that extra slickness that kind of goes beyond it. You know, it brings out the best in the Crayola. And if you're froggy and you have it, if you have Prismacolors, try Prismacolors on here too. You will see that those guys are amazing on baby oil paper. Okay, so I'm just adding a little bit of the apricot to try to give it a little bit more tone. There we go. And I'm going to heat this up a bit, put a little bit more on there, and then move on to a different part of her body. And you can layer if you want. I mean, it's like you're not limited to just doing one stroke or whatnot. You can keep going. Let it cool a little bit so that you're not scratching off the stuff that you've just put on, and you can keep adding your tones. You can make it as in depth as you want. All right. Okay, so what I do to one area, I'm going to do to another. So I'm using the peach here on her skin. because I want it to I want everything to kind of stay together as far as color tones. I want everything to be kind of harmonious. We'll bring her. Yeah, she is going to be very well endowed in this picture. So you have a few seconds, and then you can blend, but after that it kind of dries, and you either have to apply more or you know, heat up the paper, and that might help too. But yeah, sometimes the crayons won't be precisely to the richness of tone that you want, so I use the markers just a bit to get it a little bit darker, a little bit faster. And it just kind of blends in with it. See, now that one's dry and I can't go any further with it. And we'll just bring a little bit of a shadow here to make this part look rounder. And we'll just blend that on in. And then I could layer it with another color. I'm going to heat this up so that this will go on it really easy. And then I'll apply it just a little bit more. And it becomes subtle. It becomes a little bit more subtle. And then you just keep layering it as you want. I like the crayons because I have a lot of them. And they're super easy they're cheap and easy to replace. And I do like the what they do for my picture. You know, like usually when you color with crayons, you have that they stay on top of the grain of the paper, and it's kind of icky looking. But when you start to melt it, oh my gosh, you can sometimes forget that you used a crayon. Like, I was looking at some of my other ones, and I'm like, oh my gosh, what did I use? If I didn't have the video, I would have forgotten what I used. Okay, all right. And I think part of that also comes from when you're coloring, especially when you have music going and stuff like that, your brain kind of doesn't remember every single stroke that you've done, you know, and when I first started doing YouTube videos and stuff, I never really thought about, you know, all the things that I had done as I was doing them. I just kind of did them automatically. It's like, oh, this needs color, I'll add color here. Oh, this needs a shadow, or, you know, things like that to bring it out. And I don't remember by the time I'm done, you know, because it's like, you're focused on the end result, but with the videos, you can capture your journey. It's like, oh crap, from blank slate to finished product, and it's kind of interesting. It's like, where was my mind at when I was doing this? At least that's me. That's me. Okay, now to give it more like a warm color or a warmth to it, I would heat this up and find like an orange color or a yellowish tone, and it'll bring out like this golden tone. So I'm going to try that. Okay, and I'm just going to add a little bit of that in the highlighted area, the mid-tony area. and it'll kind of give her a little bit of a glow, just a little. So like if you've watched some of my videos, you'll notice that I don't just use one color. Not when you've got the whole rainbow here. And I urge you to try doing like maybe 3 tones in a face instead of just one. It's the subtleties. Now in here I will add in the, you know, around the edges here, that's where I'll add that yellow. So you can give her a whole nother light source if you wanted to, a colored light source, by doing this. And that's one yellow. And just to make it even brighter, I'm going to throw another yellow on here. I'm going to heat everything up one more time, and what that'll do is it'll help my crayon to glide a little bit more and release a little bit more. Okay, that might have been just a little too much heat, so I just give it a few seconds to kind of cool. And then in really close to the highlight, but not on the highlight, I will add the yellow. This one here is a laser lemon. It's really a bright yellow. Make sure that if you do this, that your crayons are clean. Especially if you're going into the lighted area. Maybe wipe it off on your shirt or wipe it off on a rag, because this stuff does wash out. It's washable. Yeah, so I'm just adding a little bit here to, and it kind of brightens up the highlight too, so it makes the white even stand out even further. And it doesn't hurt to throw a little bit of white into it over the top of it, and that'll also kind of blend them both in together. Okay, and I can do the same thing on the outside here. And that just kind of gives her a little bit of a glow. And I'm just bringing a little bit of white here. That will make this, everything around here kind of a little bit brighter, a little bit lighter, coating it with white. So if you go a little bit too dark around the eyes, you can always bring it out a little bit more with that. Okay, so her eyeballs, her eyes are blue. However, they are super tiny. And she's also got, I want to make her teeth look like they're a little bit further back, so I'm going to use a little bit of a gray. And I've got like a little blue here. They're stuck together with some of my eraser, my kneaded eraser. So just bear with me a sec. Okay, here we go. Now her eyes are so dang tiny, I'm just going to do like a little dot to give it a little bit of color, because there's not much else you can do. Okay, so now we can see that her eyes are kind of blue. Let's see, and I can do the same thing with her teeth. Trying to decide if it's like a full, right above, I'm going to add the gray, and maybe a little bit on the sides. And that just gives it a bit of a shadow to send the teeth back behind the lips. And I'm going to give her some red lips. Red-ish lips, maybe? If I can find my red. Here they are. Okay. Okay, and I'm just going to kind of bring that in here. I've got a little bit of pink on her lips already. Give her bigger lips here. There we go. And I'm not sure what color her stars are supposed to be. on here, but I'm going to go ahead and make those red. Because she usually wore red, red little balls on her ears. Now these markers are pretty awesome. So like if you want to add more detail to your picture, you can. I gotta let that cool, let that dry a little bit, and I'll probably be bringing out the red again when it comes time to do this bodice part. Okay, I'm going to throw a little bit of yellow on here in some of these spots here, not too much, just a little, and we'll throw a little bit right here, and that just kind of lights her up a bit. And I'm drawing a little bit on top of her cheekbone, close to the highlight, and on her jaw. And that should make her jaw pop out a little bit too. Okay. Not bad, not bad. Okay. Alright. So, I also have this gray here, so I can also bring it in here and make things a little darker. That's another alternative. So like if you need to darken some things in, you can also use gray or the complementary color. Now, gray helps me to add like a little bit more subtlety to certain areas. So to make her nose look a little bit more, a little stronger, I got that going on. Bring the shadows in a little bit more with her face, and then maybe add a couple shadows here. Let's see, light is coming this way, so that won't be in shadow, but when the light hits it here, if this casts a shadow, would it cast a shadow? Not so much, it won't cast too much of a shadow, but I think I'll make her tiara thing here a little bit away from her skin so it has a shadow. And so that will cast a bit of a shadow, and I think just for giggles I'll throw a little bit of a shadow here. I don't think it's accurate, but okay, so I'm going to color in the stars just a bit to dull them up a bit. I don't want them too bright. Okay, so I dulled the stars. And then I'm going to come back around and add like a little bit of gray, because if I add gray here, I want to add gray somewhere else. So I'll add that in the shadows here to make her arms stand out a little bit more. And if it becomes a little bit overwhelming, you just go ahead and layer it again with the other colors. And I'm just adding a little bit of that into the shadows just to make some things pop out a little bit further. And I'll add that like right below the line. There we go. We'll add it under the line here. And then we'll just take it a little bit right here. Okay. Alright, and we'll throw a little bit on her boobie, why not? Okay, so we could call it quits on that. I think I want to bring a little bit more color on the top of her cheekbone. Let me see. I'm going to heat this up a bit. Alright, and then just add a little bit more color here. And okay, and we'll throw that pink on there so we can see it. Not necessary, but kind of nice. Just a little. Okay. just kind of blend everybody in a little bit more. All right. All right, all right, all right. Okay, so let's see. We can go ahead and hit that tiara. It's yellow, gold. Oh, let me do her legs. Get this out of the way. That way I can stay consistent with the colors. Because sometimes when you go along, sometimes you might forget what colors you're using. So I'm going to go ahead and adjust this up. There we go. Booyah. Okay, so what we did to one side, we want to do to another. But since this is further down and away from the shadows, we may be adding a little bit more shadows in here than we did in the other place. So I know that this is going to stand out a little bit more. So I'm going to go ahead and give this a shadow. I'm going to bring a shadow down right here. We'll say that's cast by the leg that's sticking out. And to give it a little roundness, we'll go ahead and throw a little bit of a shadow here. Let's see, we'll go ahead and throw in, this one here is peach. So we'll just go straight on in with peach instead of apricot. And we'll have the apricot be like in the center here, catching some of the light with the lemon. And I'll do the peach just on the top of this brown here. The closer to the leg that I get, the calf, I'm going to go ahead and make this line right here darker. And I'm going to leave this highlighted, thinking that maybe some of the light is going to hit it from right here. So I'll go ahead and do some, I think the white is still there. If not, I'm just going to go ahead and quickly add that. And then I'll just add a little bit of the yellow right above the peach that I just added. Just a little bit into the peach, but not too much. There we go. And then I'll probably go ahead and color this in just a little bit with the that light tone, the apricot. Yeah, that's it. And I'll take some of the yellow down with some of the apricot, because I want it brighter here than I do down here. And I'll just go over everything with the apricot here, except for that totally white highlight. There we go. Well, maybe just a little bit into it. So I'm just going over everything with apricot, kind of blending everybody together. I'm going to wipe it off, and then I'm going to go ahead and hit it with some heat. And I'll just kind of blend everybody together. Now, if you find that when you blended it together, it's lighter than you wanted it to be, just layer it again. There's no, I don't think there's really a limit to how much you can layer it, especially when you have heat applied. And what's cool is that once you've heated up the paper, it makes it easier for the next color to go on. There we go. Now she does seem a little bright up in here. I could take that down a notch and let's see, I'm going to use a little bit of the, no, not the raw sienna. I think I want a gentler brown, a little light, maybe a tan. Let me see if I can find a tan tone here. Let's see. This is burnt sienna. This is burnt orange. Let me see if that works for me. Yeah. What I'm going to do is I'm going to make her a little bit browner. Not too much, just a little. And then I'll go over it again with the peach. Just so I can dull her up a bit, because she is kind of golden. And that's not exactly what I want to do, but just a hint of gold. Yeah, so Wonder Woman's gotten a little bit of sun. I think it's from riding in the invisible jet or something like that. I just added a little bit of this to the neck and stuff like that. Okay, and I'll just add a little bit down here because this laser lemon is pretty glaring on my eyes. Okay, so I'm going to heat it up one more time, and then I'm going to rub everybody in together and try to blend them in. If you want a more peachier Wonder Woman, we can do that too. We'll just throw, this one is apricot. We'll just throw a little bit more apricot on top. I'm using a little bit of pressure to get some of the color to kind of blend in with each other, but not too much. Alrighty, let me wipe some of these little specks off, because they will come back to haunt me if I don't. Because it's like if you leave one on there and you apply heat, then you could use a hairdryer too. Hairdryer gives you some really good coverage as well, and it heats up pretty fast. But I bought this one specifically for art. Alrighty, and I'm just going to blend everybody together. And if I need her to be a little bit peachier, I can always add more peach on top. Or is this apricot? I think that's apricot. There we go. So you can just pretty much get to the tone that you want. If you put too much of another color on something. And I could even kind of take down the lemon yellow just a notch by going over it. And I'm just using regular pressure. There we go. Oops. And what I do to one end, I got to do to the other. And I still have this whole leg right here to do. Or at least this calf here. Okay. Yeah, so if you don't wipe these away, your wind might blow it somewhere, and then when you apply heat again, it's there. Okay. Alright, and I'm just going to rub everybody in, or rub-a-dub-dub. And just kind of blend in some things. And it just smooths out the color, evens it out a bit. Now her face is a little darker because she's got all this hair, so I'm not sure exactly how much of the hair is leaving her in shadow. But if you really want to make her scary and dramatic, you can like black add everything except for her eyes. You know, like I've seen a lot of that with some of my horror comics, or some of the ones where it just like it's like you see this chick coming at you and she's got swords and boobs and danger all over her. Oh yeah, I am the goddess. Okay, so basically I'm kind of doing the same thing as what I did on all these other parts. Wherever it's closest to the light, I'll have white. I'm going to kind of have this part be light. But I want this part to be lighter than this part because it's sticking outwards more. So I won't be doing like all kinds of crazy stuff on this one. I will add some darkness to it, some shadows. So like right here, I'll probably throw a little bit of shadow. Let's see, I want a darker brown. So this one's brown. And I have brown being her darkest tone. I want, like I said, I want this to be darker than this, so I'm going to go ahead and add a little blue to it. And that automatically makes that like a little darker. And if you can't see it, or it's like you're doing it and it's too subtle, you can always hit it with another blast of heat. That heats up the paper, and then you can get a little bit more blue coming out on here. And I just want to get some more brown on there. Let me wipe some of that off. Now, if you don't have the patience to sit through this entire coloring, I will set this to music and put it on speed so that you can catch it then. So all is not lost, and you'll be able to skip to the back or the end, or what I'll do is I'll show what the end result looks like, and then you can decide from there if you want to stay for this entire video. Yeah, give you a choice, give you a choice. Yeah, but I will be completing this today. Okay, so let me hurry up and get these little smushies off. There we go. Give this whole thing a little... Okay, so I got her legs. I didn't want to put too much brightness onto it. I could. Just a little areas. Just a couple. Cool. Okay, so a lot of her armor is kind of golden. I'm going to go ahead and bring this out a bit more, even though I think we're pretty much at the edge. So yeah, we are. Okay, let me raise this up a bit because I'm going to be, well, actually I can bring this down so we don't have to move so much. Okay, I'm going to put all this stuff kind of away and get it out the way. I do need brown. I'll be using brown for the armor, yellow, this lemon yellow, a couple of mid-tone browns, and probably a couple more yellows. That should do us. So let me get rid of all these guys here. Let's see. Do you guys have a certain art with edge that you like the best? If you've colored in any of them, let me know which ones you like. I've seen one person, she did an excellent job on the graffiti one. At first I was like, I'm not so into this, but now that I'm trying to learn how to add a little bit more graffiti to my work, Only because, you know, I like to take up, you know, I like the really dramatic colors that graffiti has, and the harmonious colors that go in there. And I've never been a really brightly colored person, you know, with color. Okay, dun dun dun. So I pulled out some colors that I want to use for her. Oh crap! I forgot her paws. She's got hands. Duh. No worries. We'll do a quick thing on her hands here. So we'll just use peach. We'll use a little bit of raw sienna. And let's see, we'll use a little bit of yellow here, so we still have that out. Okay. This shouldn't take too long. Famous last words. Throw that on there. Let's see, so it's a little small. I'm going to go ahead and hit it with this peach. And then I'm going to have it be brown in certain places. Let's see, we'll use, this is the burnt orange. Let's see what that looks like. Yeah, it doesn't look too bad. We'll have a little bit of burnt orange here, away from the shadow. I mean, away from the sun. Light will be hitting it a little bit right here, so we'll just throw a little bit of shadow. Give it the curve, and maybe a little bit of shadow here. We'll make this a little darker with this color. We'll go back over the burnt orange with the peach here. Just really lightly hit the palms of her hands with the peach. And then hit a little darker right there. We'll use a little bit of the raw sienna. And I'll use a little bit of the raw sienna on this end. And then a little bit right here. Because there's that, you can see the shadow right here. Alright, okie dokie. Alright, so I've got this black here. Usually there's a white highlight on the opposite side of a black. Or is it going to be, metal's a little bit different. Let's see, so we have white. We'll have a little bit of white. We'll have white here. Right next to the black. Okay, it goes right next to the black. And then on the other side of the black, you could throw a little bit of white, but then they'll start to have those colors, color play. So I'll go ahead and add a little bit of yellow right behind. And then we'll have a little bit trail upwards, just a bit. So like we'll have one side of the metal be, well actually we can do both sides of this one. It's a pretty big area. It's going to be darker right here. So I'll use a darker orange, darker yellow. This one is mellow yellow. And I need like an orange. Let's see, we'll use, oh, this one's a good one. Use a, oh, what is this? This is a glitter pen marker, crayon can. Words are hard on Sunday. Holy crap. Okay. And we'll do the same thing on this side. Make that this orange tone. Okay, then we gotta get rid of the smushies. That is not a bad orange. Okay, I like this orange. I'm gonna use this here. Where it's dark, I'm gonna use between brown and this, what is orange? This is, usually they have a name on it. This just says glitter. Scintillance, glitter. This one doesn't have a name on it. But I don't see any glitter, so it's all good. It's probably like a metallic tone or something. Okay, so I've got a little bit of that going on. So this is going to reflect a bit of that. I need the darkest brown I've got. Let's see. We've got brown. I know I've got a raw sienna. Let's see. That might... This is a metallic, I think. This is copper. We can use copper. We'll see what copper does for us. We'll throw a hint of the copper on here as well, just to give it a little bit more darkness, and we'll go into that orange a bit. So anywhere where, because it's going to bend inwards, so this stuff should be kind of bending in. So we'll color her knuckles a bit, make them a little darker. We'll use brown, and we'll do brown on top. We'll use a little bit of blue to make that brown a little darker. Now I'll use the copper. Let's see what the copper does for us. Not much. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to heat this up and see if I can get the copper to come out a little bit better than it is. There we go. Yeah, the longer that you have it on here, the more crayon it'll melt. Okay, so we'll have a little bit of highlight there. So this one right here will be kind of like the highlight. And then we'll throw some yellow on there. Where's that yellow? Lemon, laser. What did I do with you? Let's see. I don't think this one's it. No, this is dandelion. I must have put it away. Away with you. Yep. Yep, laser lemon. Okay, so I'm going to throw a little bit of the laser in here as well. And I'm just going to bring some of the laser into some of these other parts here, and then I'll just go over everybody here with the lemon laser. I don't know why I'm saying laser like laser. Let's see. So I think what we'll do is we'll make the shield kind of bronzish using these colors here. This one here is raw sienna, and I want that to make that darker. We'll bring that in here. Let's see. We'll use this one right here. We'll just bring a little bit more in here. I don't know what I'm doing. But yeah, we'll try to make it a bronzish color. And then I'll use like a deeper, darker brown or a marker to make it darker here for like the curve. Let's try this one. This is that brush. And we'll throw a little bit more here. So we want it to kind of look like it's curving. We'll color that out. And I'll throw maybe a little bit of the darker tones here. All right. Oops. I think I screwed that up. There we go. I'll just throw a little bit of this as a highlight. A little bit more of the laser yellow. We'll have some of it reflect on her hand. Okay. And then the strap here, we'll make that a deep dark brown. So where's that raw sienna? Should be darker here and maybe darker here. And then there's the bend. And we'll make that not bronze, but we'll make it this color. No, darker brown. I need brown. Where's my brown? There's my brown. There we go. All right. Okay. I think with this shadow here, I think I probably want to put a little bit more brown on her skin here. There we go, and maybe a little browner here. Just making that a little brown. Okay. All right. Wonder Woman. Okay, her, I think these are supposed to be kind of golden too. Let's see, so I'll put some brown on there. I'll throw some gold on there. And then use the Unmellow yellow to kind of tie them together. I'm using some of the Unmellow yellow to kind of make it kind of bend a bit. Oh, I forgot there's another strap here. There, well, let's see. So we used raw sienna. And then where it bends the most, we'll have that be like a lighter tone. And then as it bends away from the light, let's use a little bit of blue. Make that darker. And then we'll use maybe just a little bit of this because it's in a shadow. showy. And that just adds a little bit more dark depth to it. Okay, let me heat this up a bit. Oh, but first, wipe it off. We don't want this yellow to appear in places we don't want it. Okay. Okay, I'm going to melt a little bit more of this copper onto the shield and blend it in with this burnt orange that I've got on here. Alrighty, good enough for government work. And then we'll let that cool and see how that looks when it's cooled. Let's see. We can start on her hair. I want to do the golden lasso last because I'm going to be putting other things in here and I don't want that to get in the way. I do like when Wonder Woman has blue hair, but first let me go ahead and do this part here. I was playing with the idea of making this armor kind of bronze as well in some of these other places. Okay, I'm going to go all out with the yellow, and then I'm going to tone it with the other colors just for to speed things up a bit. So I won't have very much open white on here. Or that white that I do have, it's going to do its thing and keep that area white. Just throw a little bit more here of that yellow, and we'll throw a little bit more. That's dark, so we'll keep that dark. Okay. Closer to the dark there. Oh, let me. Downside of putting yellow all over the entire thing is that sometimes the colors don't want to adhere. So let's start at the top and work our way down. Okay. Oops, a little bit too much, but it's okay. For the inner portions, I'm going to go ahead and add the orange. Putting that like right next to the black. Alrighty, and then kind of like a lighter shade of, or darker shade of yellow. This is Dandelion. I'm going to add that next to the orange. If I really wanted to make it really look shiny, I'd leave some white spots open. And even if you make a mistake, we can fix it by melting another crayon color on top of it. So all is not lost if you've you want to try to get that shininess going on. Let's see, I need a darker brown, and we'll put that on the other side of the black here. And that should make that kind of come out, but I'm doing it in a lengthwise fashion. I'm trying to make the this part of it raise up a bit, so it kind of looks like it's sticking out just a little bit more than it actually is, by giving this a shadow underneath. So if the light's hitting it this way, the shadow will be cast this way, opposite the light. There we go. I probably want to make that darker, but I'll let that do its thing. Let me heat it up. Now some of this really is showing some of the glitter, just a little, which is kind of cool. Okay, so right next to the brown, I'm going to add some more yellow. Right beneath this brown, I want it to stay white. Let's see, where's my white? There's my white. I'm going to sharpen this a little bit, and then I'll work on her hair. Or actually, let's see, any place else that's got the yellowish tones to it, the goldish tones to it. But basically, when you're using gold, or if you want to make gold appear, a gold appearance, you'll have the colors won't be moving like they would on skin. I just took liberties on that. Okay, I'm going to heat it up so I can get some of the white to appear a little bit brighter on here. Okay. And if you still don't see it lighten up a little bit, hit it again, throw more white on it. Because I wanted this little symbol up on top here to be lighter. I want this area here to kind of be a little bit brighter. I'll make that like a yellow here. I'm not sure what color that star is supposed to be. La 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 la. Okay. We'll do her belt. I'm assuming that is yellow. And we'll combine a few other colors here. And then brown. Brown. Are you brown? No, you are Rossiana, but that's good enough for government work. Okay. And we'll use a little bit of brown here. Because this is on a curve, I'd still want some sort of highlight, like right here, kind of at an angle. And a little bit beneath here. All right, and her boots. Let's see, we're going to do her hair next. Let me wipe this off. Okay, I want to use a couple different blues. I'm going to use Cornflower and I'm going to probably use royal purple. I want, and white. So let's see, we'll have white highlights going into the blue. Let's see, let's see, this is purple. So let's see, we'll do this sort of thing. And then we'll have the blue merge into the purple. Like where it's darker, I'm going to use the purple, and where it's lighter, I'm going to use the blue. That would be like way up here. Okay, I'm going to melt a little bit of this. Okay, so I'm going to put purple in where the black is. And on the inners here. And we'll see how that looks. If we don't like it, we'll change it. See, I'll have like the light blue on top. There we go. Where it bends, I'm going to kind of leave it white. I'll put blue on all the other parts. Okay, I want to use a darker blue. Let me see. This one here is Bluebell. Alrighty. And I'll use that closer to the purple. And into the purple just a bit. And that should tone the purple a bit more to where it just looks like a deeper, darker violet blue. Now there are times when I don't like when they use all this black on here. I want to be the one to add the black. So what I usually do is I'll take some white and I'll go ahead and encroach where they encroached in my area. So I'm going to take some white and put it on top of where some of the black is. And then I'll use a different color and kind of get it to blend in with the black. Bit more white. So what this does is it kind of covers up some of the black, so I can add another color in there. This black sometimes becomes a little overwhelming. Because I think her boots are supposed to be red and white. I think this is like red and this part is supposed to be white. But I got to check again. They like to change up the outfits. Give me one quick second. I just want to double check the boots. Wonder Woman, what are the boots? The auto boots. In the Linda Carter one, they're red and white. But I don't know what they are in this new outfit. Let me see. Wonder Woman. Let me see. Wonder Woman boots. Ugh. Let's see. There we are. There's one that I see that has like blue right here with white stars, which is kind of cool. One of them, it's gold here and then red the rest of the way. So I might have to improvise. Let's see, Wonder Woman. I should do Justice League, Wonder Woman Justice League. Maybe that might help. There we go, cartoon. Because I think that's the Justice League cartoon one. No, it's not. But you know, shucky ducky, it is what it is. Okay, so this is white and this is red. We will claim it in the name of Mars, or rather Venus. We shall claim it in the name of Venus. This is now red. This is violet red. Cool. I need like a plain red or deep dark red. Good. I found red. Okay, one more. Maybe an orangish red. Just something that I could throw in for maybe a highlight of some sort. Okay. Booyah. Alright, so as we wait for this to cool just a little bit more, we've got bluebell and cornflower, and for the blues here. I wonder, I could use like a blue-green blue. Let's see what we got here. This is this is one of those sparkly blues. We'll see what that does for us. I'm going to wipe this off instead of blowing on it. Getting spittle everywhere. Alright, let me hit this. Okay. So she may have some sparklies in her hair this time. And I'm just going over the whole thing, except for the very highlights where the cornflower blue was and the whites, and then into the purple. I just want this part behind her to look like it's actually behind. So let me wipe some of this off. The glitter crayon's not so bad. Kind of pretty. It's not as glittery as like if I take some regular glitter and just throw that on there. Alrighty. Now the areas where I had hit it with white, you can see that it's kind of like got a, instead of it just being straight up black, it's got like a bluish tinge to it. Or it may be just so subtle you might not see it, which is fine. We can only do so much. So much. Throw a little bit of purple in there. Just try to keep it kind of consistent with the purplish blue. Violet. Violet. Alright. I'm babbling. Okay. So that's not too bad. I think I want to let that cool a bit and then maybe add some more blue to it. Let's see. This sword here, I'm trying to decide if I want to make it gold, like a golden hilt, and then bronze, or just have it be silver. Silver makes sense. Okay, so let's see. Here's gray. Timberwolf, yeah, Timberwolf. And just for giggles, since we've used some of the glitter crayon in some of the other places, we'll use a little bit of the glitter crayon on that one. You'll want to put like a plastic over anything that you've already worked on, simply because, well, I know I do, simply because I have what is that called? It'll smear. Or it'll end up on my paw here, because I like to rest my hand on the picture and it will smear. So just to be on the safe side, let's take it to the other end here. Now I'm putting the lighter color closer to the sun, closer to the light up here, and it's got the glitter in it, which is probably going to be really subtle in this. And see, here's one of those little specks. I don't know if you can see it, but he got away from me. So only way I could think of to get rid of him is either rub him out with one of these, and or color the outside. No biggie. Alright. I want the darker gray to be just below the blade here, and I'll just mix both of them together, and then I'll kind of like bring it down lightly to like a blue tone. Let me see, what's my, we'll use this for a blue tone, just to kind of give it a metallic blade looking type of surface. But I'm going to kind of blend this blue in with the gray as well. The Timberwolf, I think that's what I used. I used gray and Timberwolf. Gray is a little darker than Timberwolf. So we'll do that. And just kind of have them blend together. And wipe. Okay, because I need these little areas for this next part. Okay, dun dun dun. And then the rest of it will be gold ish. we'll let that be white, and we'll bring the yellow close to where the white is. I see her paw was missed, her thumb. We'll just color it like that. We'll have some of the darker parts on the bottom be brown, further away from the light. And then some of this orange here. Throw a little bit more brown in here. just to give it more of a curve. There we go. And just follow where the shadows are. And that's where I want to put my other colors, like close to those shadows. That could be brown. Right there. And then that's closer to the light. Maybe throw a little bit of brown there. Give it kind of like a little lip. There we go. And then under here, they can be, her fingers can be a little darker. This is further away from the lights. And we can just blend that down a little bit. And then this is a little bit closer to the light. We can blend that upwards. And then maybe a little bit of apricot. Instead of that, we would probably use the colored pencil and just hit the top. Alright. We'll make it a little darker where her palm is because it's away from the light. Just a little darker. And then maybe a little bit of shadow from that right there, the handle or pommel of the sword. Okay, and then I'm going to throw just a little bit of blue into the shadow where the sword is. I'm going to heat it up a bit after I wipe it down, because these little balls of dust are annoying. Okay, just add a little bit there. Have it kind of reflect her hair a bit. Alright. Alright. And maybe have that reflect a little bit of this shield. Let's see. Where is my... What was I using for bronze? Copper. I probably put copper away. Take me alive, copper. Where? There you are. Haha. Okay, I'll just have a little bit reflect on the hilt here, and maybe throw maybe a little bit here to tone that up a bit, because we're a matching girl. All right. Okay, so let me wipe some of this down. And just for giggles, I'm going to throw some copper onto her, some more of her areas here, just to be consistent, because we are matching girl. All right, almost done with the Wonder Woman. Throw a little bit here, and maybe a little bit here, just for some shadows and reflection. Okay, we need to throw some of that down here too. And yellow. But that's too bright. We don't want it too bright. All right. Just throwing a little bit of this yellow, unmellow yellow in here. This probably would have been better for the shadow. and have some of that reflect her skin. There we go. Alright, good enough for government work. Next thing, let's go ahead and get some red onto this lady here. Got two reds here. Let's see. Ooh, what color is this? Ooh, is this a metallic? Big Dip O Ruby. Oh, that's going to be interesting. Okay, so we're going to use a Big Dip O Ruby right here. And then further away from the light, we'll go ahead and use the violet red right here. And then maybe red just in between here. And I'll probably make that even redder with a marker. Where art thou? Here you are. So I'm going to put just a little bit of that right here. There we go. We've already got her lips. I want it darkest, like right here underneath this part here. I'm going to have it dark right here. Everywhere it's going to be dark, I'm going to hit it with the marker, just right off the bat. I'm assuming that the stars that are on here are going to be white, so I'm not going to color those in. Since this part is further from the light, I'm going to go ahead and kind of throw like a rib-looking pattern to this right underneath the lines, because they're further away from the light. Okay, and then do the same thing down here on the bottoms. But as I get closer to the light, I'm going to caper it off. So instead of it looking flat, it's going to have like a little raised look to it. Okay, and this is going to be darker. Alrighty. Now this color is violet red. Everywhere where it's going to be a darker red, I'm going to add this. And it kind of gives it like a reddish, bluish tinge, kind of, sort of. Red violet. It's not quite red. Okay, and then I'm going to use regular red and kind of go over everybody here just a smidge. Now I'm going to make red a little bit darker by using green. Let me put these to the side here. I want a dark green. This one here is green, but I think I can get a little darker. Let's see. Let's try this one. This one here is shamrock. I'm going to heat it up a bit. Now, green is the complementary color of red, so in theory, let me use a green instead. That might work a little bit better. It should, in theory, make our reds a lot darker. Let's throw some red on here. This one is Big Dip O Ruby. It's kind of sparkly. It's like a sparkly red. Alright, let's use red itself and wipe some of this down. Now I could do kind of like a red gold type of thing. So kind of mix it in with the copper. Let me try that. Just to be different, I guess. Copper right here. Let's see what it does. It's a meh. No biggie. Okay. Let me go ahead and wipe this off. So I'm going to put this red down, and then I'm going to throw more of the marker on here because my reds don't seem as vibrant as I'd like them to be. Let's see what it does now. Oh yes, bring out the red. I'm leaving some parts white just to kind of let it be kind of like a highlight, or make it kind of like shiny. Oh yeah, red is definitely coming out now. Just needed to heat this up a bit. Oops, got a little bit into the star, but that's okay. Okay, and I'm going to add a little bit more of the red that I can control. There we go. Just to add a little bit more element to this. This kind of looks like a shadow brought on by, you know, just because of her rib cage and stuff like that. So we're going to go with it. Just go with it. All right. But what I also want to do is I want to make it a little darker. I want it like a deep dark red. Oops, don't want to take that side off. I'm going to use a little bit of the green marker. Let's see if I can find it. There it is. Okay, so I'm going to use the darker color for these like little shadows, maybe like right underneath the ridge here, just to bring those out, those ribs. And I think I'll blend that downwards. Where's my blending stuff? There we go. So it'll be kind of like a deeper, darker black red almost. Yeah, poor Wonder Woman. She's like one sneeze away from a wardrobe malfunction. Gotta talk to those gods about these uniforms. I'm just bringing it down a little bit. And green being the complementary color makes the red look makes it almost look black. Okay. Just a little drama. All right, not bad, not bad. Okay, so we'll let that cool, do its thing. And now, let's see, I think this was white, but I think it would be cool as gold. And bring this up a little bit. And then we'll just make the lighter side this, what color is this? Violet red. We'll use some of the violet red in the highlights there. And then we'll come back over with more red after I wipe this down. Just to kind of blend it all together. We don't need this red anymore. It's kind of fugly. Let's see. Violet red, red. Okay. So I'm just going over it with some red. Going over some of the green. And that just darkens it up a bit. And I wanted this to look considerably darker because of the shadow cast by her boob and rib cage type of thing. So it's not just red, it's like red with depth. And then because of, what is it called, light effects, this will have like a little bit of a light to it in the curve. It's like a reflective light. And I'm going to add white in those areas. Like right here. It just looks a little it'll look a little curvy. There we go. And then we can throw a little bit of the light here, kind of lighten it up a bit. And kind of lighten it up a lot right here. Okay, so I'm going to blend a little bit of this in. I might not have to touch it. Let's see. Just a little bit of a highlight. Blend that in just a little bit more. Don't want it to be like highlight. You know, I just want it to be kind of subtle. There we go. And we could put the highlight higher. We'll just blend this in a little bit more. That way it kind of looks shiny. And then we'll have some of the other parts kind of take some of the white too and make it just look a little shiny. Wipe some of this off and just hit it in just a few spots where the light would probably be hitting it pretty hard. I'll just cover that up. That kind of looks shiny. I don't know if it's necessary. Let's see. We'll throw some more red here. Well, hi Kiara. Kiara asks, or she mentions, I'm amazing with blending and shading. Is it easier for me to color comic pages or printouts versus drawing and coloring? Well, these guys are already established characters, so it makes it easier knowing what colors to work with versus when I draw, I'm pretty much like on the fly. I don't know what I want. It kind of looks tacky with that just being white, because nothing on her is white here except for her. Well, I guess we can stick with it. Sorry, I digress. What was I saying? Oh yeah. It's easier doing the printouts and cutouts because the lines are already there, they're established and stuff. But you know, like, hold on for a second. Let me see if I can bring out something. I had done. Like this one right here, I was kind of like on the fly trying to figure out what I wanted to do. And I have a lot more freedom if I draw it myself and then add my colors, because then I can determine whether or not I want to go ahead and just make it more realistic, or if I want to keep it like a drawing type of thing. So I think it's easier. Like, let's see, I've got, like, what I'm saying is that, like, say I drew this, right? I drew this, and it's black and white, and then I trace it onto another one. I can make the determination of whether or not I want to keep these hard black lines, or if I wanted to just kind of be blended in and kind of make it look more realistic and natural. So instead of having like these hard black lines, they would be like maybe highlights or reflections or whatever, something that's not you know, pre-printed. If you want to try to make it look realistic, it's almost impossible to make it look realistic because you've got that hard black line. The coloring pages are fun because it's like I don't have to think about where my lines are. And these guys were generous enough. Sorry, don't look at my address. It's these guys are generous enough to go ahead and put where some of the shadows are, so that makes it a little easier too. Me, I have this tendency to digress and go on and do something else. You know, like I have this idea, I'm going to do Wonder Woman, next thing I know she's Sailor Moon, you know, that sort of thing. So this kind of keeps me, when it's pre-printed like this, it keeps me focused. But if I take another piece of paper and put it on top of it, I can manipulate these. I don't have to keep these ridges if I don't want to. And I could just theoretically paint over it too, and in order to get you know, what I want out of it. Let me hit up this boot right here, because they've taken too much of this black from me, or taken too much of this coloring space from me. The selfish bastards. Sorry, I didn't mean that. Yeah, I did, kind of, sort of. So, I guess the answer is it easier for me to color? Yes, it's easier to color if I'm doing something like kind of basic. Not so much if I, you know, want to, you know, you know, do what I want, you know, do crazy stuff. Like say these pre-printed pictures have all these this black here, and usually if I was doing it, I'd have a different tone. Like I'd have either like instead of it being black, I would probably use like the green, and use the green to make it you know, to make the red darker, instead of having all this black and then all I've got is this little sliver to color. One that I want to do, but what pisses me off, and I'm sorry, I just had to bring it out. There's a picture of it's Catwoman. There's a picture of Catwoman, and the entire dang thing is colored in black, and there's like a bare sliver that you can color yourself, and I just think that's just way too much. Let me see if I can find the picture, and I'll show you what I mean. She's looking to the side, and she has, let's see, has like a whole bunch of jewels all around her. Other people have colored it already, which kind of turns me off to coloring it, but you know, we all add a little something something to the mix. Let me see if I can find it. Sorry, I'm like so disorganized. Something like this I like because it had a lot of open spaces, and it wasn't like completely covered in black. But something like, where's that Catwoman? Or even like some of these Batman ones. Look at how much black is in there, and you only have these little slivers to color. So there's that downside to it being a pre-printed coloring page, versus like if you draw it and color it yourself or ink it yourself. Let's see, I've got two of these. Here it is. Let me see if I can bring this up so that you can see it better. And I know I've got the picture somewhere. Maybe it's in here. Sorry. Let's see. And I'll just show any of the ones that I'm talking about that I keep whining about. It's just like so much black that all you have is like a little sliver to color. It's so unfair. You pay all this money for these books, $10 in some places, $7 in another, but I can't go all crazy on it because I don't see it in here. I must have it in that book. But let me see if I can make it and point it out. It's this one right here. You see all the black that's on it? You only have like a sliver. Now if I took it to another piece of paper and you know, like colored over it, I would definitely, I'd keep the spots that were black, but I would do something different to them. Like I'd make it like a shade of purple, and then the white parts I would either have be white or light blue or something like that. But there's like nothing here. So basically all you've got is her skin and the outside, and maybe some of those jewels. And there's a lot of images like that in here. So it's kind of yes and kind of no. If I want to stay focused with it, I like it. Or if I want to do a lot more with it, like say turn it into like a Lisa Frank type of thing where you have colors galore, then I would definitely prefer coloring it, you know, drawing it or redrawing it myself, and then you know, coloring it. That's when I would prefer it the most. When it's like an equal measure, I kind of like that it's equal measure. The woman or girl of color that you drew was perfect and beautiful, but I understand where you're coming from. For me, it could be a lot to draw what I want and then color it. It is, especially if you're doing it all in one session. Like you want to do it all in one day. And I am notorious for not being able to finish everything on screen because it takes 4 hours and stuff to do, you know, real time. And but for something that gives me, like Spider-Man, I have this one picture of Spider-Man I did. He had like some black stuff going into his muscles and stuff like that, and I felt cheated, so I started taking liberties with it. I had taken, what's it called, some white, like I'm going to do for her pants here. You see how all I have is like this black part and this itty bitty white part right here? It's like, who can color that? So this is what I usually do when I come across this crap. I take my white and I'm going to layer it a couple times on here, and I only color just a little bit, you know, because I'm going to use, I still do want the black, but I don't want it to be such a hard transition where it's like white and then black. So I'm gonna melt white on here, and what this does is it just kind of leaves a base for me to add a different color. And I had made a mistake on, it does. So this is how I do it. What Kiara said is that yeah, the black is a lot on Batman, Catwoman, and it takes away from people when they want to color in the rest. So what I do is I just go ahead and hit it with white, hit it a couple times, and you see how you can kind of see it on the black, and it looks kind of like on there. Okay, so I let that kind of cool or whatever and find a transition color. Like I know that her pants are supposed to be like a deep dark blue. So what I want to do is make a highlight on one side. Oops, like watch it roll away. Like the highlight on the side. So this is like the lightest part of this blue. And then I'm going to transition a darker blue into the black. So like I'll use this right here is Blue Bell, and so what I'm doing is going over the top of the white, and now it's kind of like an off blue, and then I'll heat it up again, and then I'll put more of this blue on there. That way I don't feel cheated that I don't have space to color, and I have a softer transition from black to blue. I have to do it a couple times, but you know, to overcome this black, but I'll get what I want, gosh darn it. But I do love their faces. The bigger the face, the better. Then I can take like a well-known actor or somebody who's really freaking good looking and use the shadows and contours of their face and do that. Like I wish there was more what's the word, more portraits in here. Yeah, I like their bodies and stuff and their outfits, but I really like to have more portraits and stuff. I don't know if you can tell, but now instead of it just being straight up black, now it has some blue in it. So it's kind of like a blue transition instead of just straight up black. And it works better with lighter colors and stuff too. Like if, let's see, I want to use a different blue. Let's see if I can find a lighter blue. It'll look kind of funky, but I'll be able to get away with putting it on here. Or even purple. Let's see. Just toss the crayons, Kim. Just toss them. You won't be able to find them later. It's okay. Alright. But yeah, that's basically what I would do. Is I just like keep layering white on top of it. And then eventually you can change the color to what you want. I ended up doing something like that with my Supergirl. If you remember the Supergirl one that I had done for on the Art with Ed, she kind of had a fugly face. I accidentally colored her pants the wrong color. So in order to fix that, I covered it with white and was able to add the color that I wanted. It took a couple layers of the other color to do it, but it ended up being like the right color eventually. Now I couldn't get away with that on one that I had done of another character. I colored him way too dark. And I don't think I could have probably if I worked on it, but I was so embarrassed that I turned one character from DC to Marvel, or vice versa. Yeah, I took a DC character and turned him Marvel. They were that similar. But yeah, so like if I really want to make this a lighter blue, all I have to do is just keep layering it with white, let it cool, layer it with white again, let it cool, and then introduce the other color. But yeah, it's easier when I can bring it into, you know, I have more freedom. Let's see, if I wanted to, I could go into here and make this like a lighter gray or white, and then maybe bring in kind of like a reflection of her head right here and bring that color in. That would make it, you know, a little bit, I don't know, a little bit more in depth. Now for this right here, I don't mind that it's black, but I would have rather had a deeper, darker red here. And that gives me a little bit more to play with. So let me heat this up. And I'm going to throw a little bit more red onto it. I don't like the violet red so much on here. So I don't feel like I've been cheated. And then I'll just leave like some parts on it, like kind of shiny. Leave it white to make it look like it's kind of shiny. But I do like their paper too. I mean, it takes the baby oil like perfect. Alright. Okay, so now we're ready to add some bad guys to this. And then afterwards I'll do the magic lasso. Let me move some of these guys out the way. I have got... Okay, since I coated this with baby oil, this is virtually transparent. And so we're going to have a little fun with this. Okay, so in each of these little areas right here, I'm going to put like a bad guy's face. But I'll only be able to squeeze in a smidgen of it. So I want Catwoman, even though these aren't her typical bad guys, Wonder Woman's typical bad guys, I'm going to add them in here because, you know, enemy of my enemy is my friend, or something like that. And well, anyway, they share common enemies, the Justice League. So my thing is, I'm trying to figure out what color I want to make them. I think I'll make them purple. Oh, sweet. Awesome. Thanks. Thanks. Because I'm using the trick that all I'm doing is using real people. Just get a picture of someone like let's see, where's it? Where's the one? There's another one that I want to do. Oh, like you see, like Captain Marvel here. I want to do him, but I want to find an actor that kind of looks like him, and then kind of use his contours. And it's hard to kind of find actors that look exactly like the characters. So sometimes I try to find someone else. Like when I do Superman, I look for Christopher Reeve. When I'm doing like this one right here, I want to do probably the next one coming up. The next one coming up, I want to use the guy that did Starship Troopers back in the day. He's got this really strong jawline and stuff like that. So I'm going to look at a picture of him, and I'm going to contour his face based on that. But also I go back and I look for other pictures that may be similar in shading and stuff. So I don't just limit myself to one source image. Like say this ring is lit up and I want to make this ring look like it's lit up. I'll see if I can find something that's glowing in that kind of format and see if I can apply it to this ring. I saw this really cool picture of a guy with they actually had eyes in these things, and they were lit up. And I'm like, ooh, ooh, I gotta try that. Ooh, 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 ooh. So I'm not a big mystic or anything like that. So that's basically what I do, is I just look for a source image that is in the same position and kind of in the same color scheme. I think I want to kind of get that claw in there too. I don't think I'm going to be able to. Not without finagling it. Okay, so depending on how much of the Catwoman and I don't know if you guys can see what I'm doing. I'm trying to fit Catwoman in here so that we can see her, because I'm going to trace her onto here. And I'm going to use, let's see, I'm thinking about using a colored pencil. Let's see, and we'll do different colors, I think. Let's see, opposite the color wheel for blue is like a red or orange. So I'm going to use their complements of wherever her body is. I'm going to use that complementary color and put a bad guy in. So basically, this is what baby oil does for you. It makes things transparent. And in this case, it makes it a lot more interesting. So here's where the pre-printed page comes into play. I like that they have bold lines when I need them to be bold, but not so much when I don't. You know, like this one I could get away with probably doing whatever I want to it. But what I want to do is just kind of make it one of those subtle things. Like I don't want the bad guys to take away from what's going on in the main image. But these guys are so gosh darn tiny that to color these would be almost a waste. In my opinion, because it's like, I don't know, it's just, I like having a lot of space, being able to use a lot of colors, a lot of different, you know, shading techniques and stuff. But, and this is where I advocate tracing. If I want to bring in something that these artists have done, and this could have been multiple different artists that created these images here. Another pet peeve, kind of, sort of, that I have of this Art with Edge is that they're recycling pictures. Like this particular Catwoman, well, not this one per se, but there's a couple of Catwoman pictures where they just made it smaller and stuck it behind Batman. I mean, that's a Scooby-Doo type of thing to do. I'm like, that's... Just give me an original image. Don't do that. So, like, when I lift this up, eventually, I should have a Catwoman here. But I have her in orange because I want it... What's going to happen is that when you use a complementary color, they make each other more vibrant. Like this orange will look a lot more vibrant because blue is next to it, and the blue will look a lot more vibrant because the orange is next to it. Now I'm not going to go into these. This is where I could put other superheroes if I wanted to. Let's see, she's got some action going on in her face. I think that's because it's a reflection from the goggles. Let's see, I gotta make sure that this is still her. There's other people in the picture with her. Yep, and I almost picked that up. No. Okay, so voila, we have a Catwoman. I'm trying not to go too far outside the line. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this and just gently color this in. That way you can see. And I just want it to be subtle, but it's like also shaded in. And I can get away with doing some lines and stuff like that. Alright, let's see. And we'll just keep these little lines here for her outfit. Just very subtle. If I outline them in black, then it might, you know, take away from the Wonder Woman. We don't want to do that. No one puts Wonder Woman in a corner. Okay, and then I can either add different shades of orange. So there's our first bad guy. Let's see. I wanted to throw somebody on here that you would recognize right off the bat. Yeah, you see what I'm doing? You see me? Okay, so I was gonna put Joker right here. This is really tiny, so I'm going to try. Let's see. We'll try to throw. Oh boy, here. Oh, see, there's not a lot of space on this one, so we won't do. Maybe I'll find something else that's smaller, but they're so dang tiny. It's like, may as well. Let's see. I could get away with using him in there, but I don't think I want to use him. I think I want to use the Joker, and I need the complement of the red. Let's see. I've got Mr. Freeze. Let's see. Oh yeah, we definitely have to do Killer Croc. But I know I've got a Joker picture here. Ha 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 ha. Yes. I just want somebody who will be iconic enough so that you can see, even if it's just a portion of him, you'll know that it's him. So this is another thing I advocate for the baby oil, is that it's transparent. Let's see, can I get away with putting Joker here? I probably can, because he's just iconic enough that you'll know exactly who it is just by a few hints. Okay, so the opposite of this orange is blue, so we could use blue, but Joker's so awesome that I think I just want to toss him down here. and use green. Oh yeah, yeah. Okay, so we'll do that. Um, let's see. Let me get a green colored pencil. Uh, shoot. Let's see if I've got one in here. That might be too light. See, one of the ideas that I'm thinking is that I'll have the villains inside the inside of here, and then I'll have the maybe some heroes on here, and we'll see if they'll fit. Just need them to be iconic enough so that you can see them. Let's see. Okay, this one's cute. This is a teal color, so that should work. I want to try to get as much of the Joker in as possible. I wanted him kind of underneath her because he's just like sneaky like that. But this is so much. There's so much room on this. Yeah, the more face I think, the better. Okay, and so I'll just go ahead and trace these itty bitty pictures. And just kind of make them, what's the word? Monotone, so that it will enhance Wonder Woman and not take away from her. I just wish there were more villains, you know, that pertain to like the Justice League people. Most of them are Batman villains. A lot of Superman villains. You know, they don't get out of Arkham very often. And it's like you don't have to like just stick with, you know, this DC stuff. You can always throw stars in there yourself. Just an alternate way of skinning the cat here. Like, I wish they had, what's her name? Cheetah in one of these villain ones. But they have this one big one, and I've already colored that one. Turned out good. And I lost all the footage, which really sucks because I was doing some like innovative crap with crayons. Dang it! Yep, this is how you can have a little bit more fun with this thing and make it go a little further. Now I'm using the star as the what's the word, the barrier. So I don't want to go beyond the star, but oh yeah, so I gotta figure out which characters I want to throw in the lines here. And this is kind of a fun, funky way of filling in some of the blanks of this stuff, because I've never been one for backgrounds, but this is kind of a cool background. And there's so much empty space. I mean, if they would have picked another pose, we might have been able to have all of Wonder Woman showing on here. Okay, so I'm using her hair and her body and then the lines of the star to kind of dictate where things are going to go. Let me see. There's some extra stuff on this Joker side. Okay, that is him. Okay, so I can get away with doing that. I didn't know if Lex Luthor was peeping in. Yeah, if I really wanted to keep it subtle, I could have kept all of the villains in the same color. And so you'd have to kind of look to see that it's like, hey, there be villains here, Captain. So we'll just make that kind of light and just kind of shade it in just a bit. And it's kind of cool that her shape is dictating where the stuff is going to go. Like I could, if there was one more thing to cut this open, or like even here, I could probably throw a villain in here, but it's not part of the star, so that'll throw things off. Yeah, just a thought. But yeah, her hair gives me the boundary for Joker. And just keep it all monotone. Now if I want to make it even more obvious, I can use the markers and define it a little bit more with the markers. But I don't want to use black. Black would definitely take away from the Wonder Woman part. Gotta make sure I got all of this here. All those little ridges and teeth and... So if you learn a little something, just go ahead and give me a little like. I'd love that. And if you decide to do it, send me a mention if you can. Put a little mention out for me, and I would love to see what you guys come up with. If this makes you dangerous, please, 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 I want to see it. Okay, and he's about done. And I can do the same thing with Batman's cape. So like if I get, and I was kind of burnt out with coloring Batman, but I'm like, you know what? There's so many of these pictures of like nothing but cape that I can get away with. Let's see. Okay, so that'll work. There's our Joker. Gotta love him. All right, so next guy. Harley. I was thinking about throwing her in here, but I think this picture might be a little too big because you only catch a portion of it, and that's all you'll see, which is not a bad thing. If I can capture a bit of her smile, but let me see if I can do one better. Let's see, there's Catwoman. Let's see. And I kind of wanted the bad guys to be facing in the direction of Wonder Woman, kind of like looking in on her or at her or whatnot. I can probably squeeze in the Scarecrow. What's kind of cool is I wonder what a fight would look like if she was fighting these guys too. Let's see. Scarecrow's going to be a little tricky because her big old arm is in the way here, but I think it'd be kind of cool with showing a bit of him. And then I'm going to throw Croc right here, I think. Okay, so opposite of this color would be a blue. So I need to find a blue that's not gonna mess with this blue right here. Let's see what I could do. I could do purple, but I've already got purple in her hair. I could do yellow. Let's see. I've got blue and red. Blue and red. So if I do, I could do yellow here. Yellow will make this stuff stand out, but there's yellow here. So I'll use yellow here, and then a deeper, darker blue there. Okay, so I'll keep the yellow out. Ooh, let's see. Where's blue? Could do pink, but that's not a complementary color. I want her arm to be able to really pop out. Let's see. Oh, this works. This will work. This is blue. Blue. I need to sharpen it. Yeah, bad guys. Um, I think they would be really cool inside of Batman's cape. Or something with the Joker and it's like ha ha ha's. I love the ha ha ha's. I gotta put something over this so I don't smear Wonder Woman. Yeah, definitely the and I probably could have used marker to get these guys out, but no. Yeah, definitely the baby oil will smear if you put your hand, like say you put your arm on it, and your hand will pick up the pencil lines. I want to make sure I don't lose my star. Okay, I think the star stops here. Okay. So I don't know if you guys will be able to tell this is Scarecrow. This kind of breaks the star a bit. There we go. We don't want to break too much of the star. You know, I spent all that time looking for, because I could have been on sooner. I was looking up every character, you know, because I wanted to make sure I kept their outfits the right color. And I'm doing it in a monotone of colors that they don't even wear. So I kind of wasted my time. That's the evolution of an idea. Okay, and we'll just throw some lines there. I wonder if I can find like curses. You know, like how they say curses Batman or hey Bat Fake, or you know, like little quotes from the villains, and just add them in there as well. Okay, I think this was a mistake throwing the blue here because there's blue in her hair. Oh well, we live and we learn. Okay, don't go into that. And then I can just go ahead and color. I'll probably turn her hair all purple. That'll make it I might be able to get away with this. And we can still keep the star. I'm going to use a little bit of my blending stump to fill in some of these colors. Where is my blending stump? Where art thou? You were right here. Ah, shucky ducky. Oh, maybe not. I was going to use my blending stump to fill in some of the blanks here, just to make it a little faster. But, shoot. Okay, maybe not. Alright. So we'll just stick with what we've got here. So, like, if I was going to, like, lengthen a character's clothing or their arms, or you know, because it just bothers me that things are cut off so badly. I would probably go this route where I take what is it called, some cardstock or some Bristol paper, and coat it with baby oil, and you know, lengthen it, or just freehand it, one or the other. Okay, so this side of the star is done. I don't know. Can you tell that it's the Scarecrow? Okay. So let me take that away. All right, and I don't think they call him Killer Croc. I don't know what they call him in I forgot what they call him in, crap. So now this would be tight if I could get that other hand in. Let's see. Where's his face? Oh yeah, I was gonna put him down here. He looks like he's licking her butt. Let's see. I can either put him here or I put him here. That's a little bit more space. Let's see. Okay, so complementary color of this, I think I was going to use, I can use green. I think I'll use green or something like that. Oh, red? No, yeah, I can either use red here or red here. Complement of orange was blue, so it would be deeper, a darker color blue. I could use purple. Or a darker green. Let's see, we'll try yellow instead. We'll put, let's see, who's the other guy? Let me see who the other guy is first. Let's see, Mr. Freeze will fit perfect. Let's see, we'll have Freeze be yellow because he's usually blue. Or blue-ish. Oh yeah, he'll fit perfect right there. And then we'll throw yellow right here. Okay. But I don't know how well yellow will show up. We could use red. Why not? We'll use red. I gotta find a red pencil. That's how prepared I was. Okay. I are prepared. So I was also thinking of doing the similar thing possibly to Green Lantern, but his lines were way too small. So I think I'll do something else in that, something more, something Green Lantern iconic type of thing. If I could find all the Green Lanterns, I could probably toss them in there. Let's see. Killer Croc, or what is this guy called? If you guys happen to know, let me know who this Gator guy is, because I know he's like Killer Croc or Doc crap in Marvel, but he's something completely different, I think, in the Gator, the Lizard. Okay, so he's the Lizard in Marvel, and Killer Croc possibly in DC. Something like that. It's just funny that they both have crocodile men. Or gator men. Lizard men. Yeah, because I always thought he was Killer Croc in DC and the Lizard in Marvel. Okay, we're almost through this. It's going to be fun setting this to music. Ooh, he's got a lot of ridges. So yeah, I'm a tracer. I am tracing. Yeah, one of the folks had asked me, Dexter had asked me, do I advocate tracing, or where do I feel on the tracing thing? And well, it's like, I guess it's okay, huh? I mean, none of this is drawn by me, but it is colored by me, so maybe that's okay. Such a hypocrite. No, but none of this is drawn by me, so I can't say that it was. Yeah, Croc has way too much going on for me to want to draw him. Especially in one setting. And then I'd want to put all kinds of exotic colors and stuff like that on it. Oh my god, I've been at this for 3 hours. Can you imagine that mess? I am so sorry for anybody who sat through all 3 hours of this. But hopefully you got something out of it, because I'm going to reduce it down to 3 minutes once I finish. Okay, so let's go ahead and color just lightly. Because we don't want to take away from Wonder Woman. Okay, this is part of Croc too. Let's see what else is part of Croc. That's his arm, and then the other part. Oh, shoot! He's got some sort of webbing or something like that on him. Interesting. I think. Okay, and I'll just let these lines dictate what I add on here. Yeah, we'll just color it in like that. And then we'll just try to give him a little bit of roundness. Yeah, for this part, definitely I had to sharpen my pencil. He's got a lot of tiny details. Okay, and he's taking this part. Just because... And then we'll just give him a little bit of detail. A little coloring here and there. Yeah, because part of me was kind of feeling guilty that I wasn't going to do all the pictures from the Art with Edge book. There we go. Lovely. Okay. And now we are going on to Mr. Freeze, and hopefully he shows up okay as yellow. Otherwise, I'll have to improvise with something else. Where are you, Mr. Freeze? Oh. Oh, I found my brush. I'm almost done. I don't need it now. Okay. And it was right underneath me the entire time. Okay, so I have a choice. I could either continue what I'm doing and just bring some good guys, maybe to alternate in between. Like, so, you know, Wonder Woman's not doing this all by her lonesome. You know, this might kind of screw me over because I need to do the highlights of the magic lasso. So, okay, anyway, we'll think about that when it comes. Pencil sharpener, what did I do with you? That's not it. Oh, crapola. Okay, I moved my pencil sharpener, but I don't know where I put it. Lovely. Okay. Did I drop it? Did I put it next to me? Did I put it inside something? I'm a hot mess. Alright. Okay, so let me just go ahead and keep going. It will show its head in a bit, I'm sure. Okay, right when I don't need it. Okay, keep going. Yeah, he's not going to show up very well. I really need a sharper. Sharper pencil. I think I'll do him as a combination of, let's see, red, blue, green, orange, yellow, purple. I might have to come in with him with some orange or something. I guess I could do more of a purple. I think I could get away with that. He's got so much detail on him, I'd hate to lose any of it. Give it a little bit of a tone inside. Let's see. Let me try this green here. Yeah, Daddy. Let's do this. Bring that down a little bit. So we'll have like a greenish yellow here. Just so that we can see him better. I do not understand how they expect kids to color these things. These are super tiny details. But he is full body though, but I gotta give him that. Yeah, this will be okay. It's like a combination of green and yellow. Okay, how much more space do I have? Let's see. I might have to take a few liberties. I was going to put Brainiac here because he's got like this purple skin, but I guess I'm just going to have to use that on a different, maybe do it on a different one. He looks so much like Lex Luthor. Okay. Oh, I found my blending stump. A lot of good it's doing me now. Okay, so let's go ahead and do the magic lasso. It's a combination, I guess, of like this yellow orange. Make it kind of gold. Oops. And it's weird, they didn't put any lines in here, but they put lines around here. It's like, I don't know. Let's see. I'll see if I can find smaller superheroes to throw right next to her. Or I could just leave her as a one-woman show. We'll see how it looks. Alrighty. Alright, so, I'm gonna do like a, oh, wait. I was gonna put a, let me see what a superhero would look like behind it. It might be too busy. Try to find a Batman or, yeah, here's my cheetah. Let's see, yeah, she probably would have fit probably really well down here somewhere, but you probably wouldn't know who she was because she would have been monotone. Okay, let's see. See, here's another one where Batman is just like, they got so much darkness in him. Let's see. Let's see if I can find a better bat. Okay, something that is small enough that I probably wouldn't want to color it because it's so damn tiny. Let's see. We're done with Mr. Freeze. And we'll put Wonder Woman back. And we'll raise her up a little bit too. Okay. Let's see. Well, I could use the Justice League characters. Let's see. This Batman head might be way too big. But it's still kind of tight. If I can find a Superman facing in the opposite direction, I might be able to do something with that. That's kind of cool. Okay. Okay, so I'll put this to the side, and I'll see if I can find a Superman. Yeah, in the Justice League one, there's a lot of Superman pictures. Let's see. Is there any other Batman pictures facing in that direction? Not so many. Okay. Let's see. Batman, supervillains. Here we are. Justice League. Yeah, my one thought was to have maybe the Justice League guys here. Might be the Flash, and, you know, Superman, Batman. But Superman, like right here, or Batman right here is pretty cool. But my Superman probably wouldn't have enough space if I did that. Let me see. I don't want to use that one. I could use more villains. Okay, here's Superman facing this way, but Batman's facing that way. And I'd have to put a light on in order to see him from that direction. Let's see. I could probably get away with it, but you probably wouldn't see him very well. Okay, alright. Let's see. And I don't think anybody's iconic enough that I could leave him. Well, no, I guess we won't do that. Batman would be too cut off, and so would also with Superman. I wonder. I don't have a bigger Wonder Woman face. That would have been tight too. Okay, all right. So we'll leave it at that, and we'll do the effects in a second. Alrighty. We'll throw some yellow. Okay, we're gonna make this light up a bit. Wipe this off. What color should I have in the background? I could leave it alone and then it kind of will stand out on its own with lines. I could do like a drop shadow type of thing. I think I'll do that. I'll do a drop shadow on Wonder Woman, kind of make her stand out more. I still want to do the background, but I'm not sure what color I want to do. Yeah, this is one of those time-consuming things that it's like, God, dandruff, I don't know what I want to do. I could just do a drop shadow and just call it a day. Trying to decide, do I want color to come in and that'll make the star stand out? I could do alternating colors. Let's see. We'll just do the color effect and just be done with it, because I can't think of what I want to do in the background. One color to maybe unite everybody. Could use red. Black is just too much. I don't want to put black in there. Okay, so I can't decide. I'm going to leave it just as is. I wonder, do I have any extra stars? Let's see. Stars. Let's see. Maybe I could use this. Let's see. See, it's cut off. That sucks. Could do a drop shadow. That's how a drop shadow would look. Let's see. And she doesn't have any additional stars around her either. Okay. Trying to decide, do I want to do a drop shadow? If I do a drop shadow, I'll want to have a contrasting color, kind of like what I did with Batman. Like I had his background and then I had a contrasting color which made him look like he was really standing out. Okay, so make a decision, Kim. What am I using more of? What am I using less of? I haven't used any brown, but brown would look kind of tacky. Yellow might work, but I'm going to be using yellow around the outside here. I could have a blue drop shadow and orange background. I did that with Batman. Shoot. I can do a green background with a red drop shadow. And she does wear a lot of red, so that would help. Okay, all right. I think I'm going to do, and that will make the yellow stand out more. Okay, so let me do the, I'm going to do a green background. I need to do the background before I do the drop shadow. If I do the, let's see, if I do it in green, let's see, I'll do the drop shadow in green. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a, well, the shadow was coming from, shit. I'm killing myself here. Killing me, Smalls, killing me. Okay, the light source is coming from this direction, so I just pretty much screwed this up. light source is coming from this direction, so everything should be going in that direction. So let me do that. We'll even have a little shadow over the light there. I know, like, things are hard to decide on Sundays. Okay. So she's going to be standing out from the star itself. Okay, so the sun would hit it here, and everything down here is going to be lit up in green going in that direction. Or I could have it just straight up coming down. Let's see. I kind of screwed this up. This should have been this way. Okay, let's see. Okay, so with that going on, we'll make the background red. I want this to stand out a little bit more to make her pop off the page. I don't want to put a drop shadow here. Okay, so red, 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 red. This is not red, that's violet red. Okay. Oh, ha, 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 ha. You cannot fool me. Okay, so should I do a drop shadow on this as well? Let me see. See, the opposite of green is red, and red will make green stand out. So if I do a drop shadow on this star, I'll have a green drop shadow. Okay, so we'll make this like red and deeper, darker red. Wow. So this will make the star stand out. Could have alternated this red. And I'll probably end up doing black anyway. Okay. Yeah, I was going to put the superheroes in these other spaces, but I didn't think I'd have enough room because they're a little bit bigger. Let's see. Okay, so we've got the green drop shadow, the red, and then I'm going to probably throw black in here somewhere, just so that everything really just stands out even further. Thought process, thought process. And we'll give a glowing effect to the magic lasso. Just turn this around a little bit. Okay, let's see what it looks like. And we'll color in a little bit of this green here. What that's going to do is going to turn the green a little bit darker. And I think I'll bring the red inside here over the star. I'm probably screwing this up. Yeah, I think I'm screwing this up. Okay. I shouldn't have done that. So that that has a drop shadow of red. Yeah, I should have done that. Oh well. What's done is done. Make the green a little darker. Green, green, green. Make it darker. Try not to hit Wonder Woman. Very strange shadows. Yeah, I kind of screwed that up. But anyway, let's see. I could do the other side red, or I could leave that plain. Do not know, do not know. Okay, so like I said, the opposite of red is green. Okay, I'm going to heat this up, and I'm going to throw some green in here. And I'm thinking I was going to have it come from dark to light, but it could go, let's see. We'll see what it does if I do this. And if it doesn't work, then I can just cover it up, I think. Okay. There we go. And then we'll just have it transition to the other red, the lighter red. See how that looks. That's not too bad. It doesn't suck too bad. Oh, okay. I just wish I didn't have done that. I had to have done that. That's okay. What's done is a done is a done. Okay, so if I do that, that means everything. Oh, cute. Okay, it needs to be sharpened. And I don't know where my sharpener is. Oh, it just gets better and better. I just had the dang thing. Aha! Ha ha ha! Okay. Alright. Yeah, but had I left it alone, it would have been just as nice. Okay, so I'll put like the green down here. So I'll make this stand out on this side. And we'll do a little bit of a drop shadow here. And that'll just kind of make it be a little brighter. Oops, any green up here. Yeah, I got some crazy shadow action going, and it's probably all wrong. But it looks kind of cute. Okay. I'm going to heat this up. I mean, it's not too late to throw in maybe a Batman or something. I think I could still trace one of those guys in. So now it looks like the star is raised. But you can't really see it on this side if I leave it alone. I'm debating on whether or not to color this side red as well. Because it kind of, leaving it blank kind of leads the eye this way. I've got to think about that. And makes it this part heavier, which is cool. Gotta remember to color this part too. And what I'm trying to do is make this like a deeper, darker red for the shadow. That makes it stand out a little bit more without using black. Okay, let's see. Let's see if we can throw a little green in there to make it a little bit, and then I'll come back over with it with more red. Because we want them to fly off the page. Go and save the day, save my ass. Okay. And then we'll just cover it with more red. And that makes it a little bit bolder. All right. Okay, so I think I'll just go ahead and color this part in with red. That way I could still see the star. The shadow is coming this way, so it's not too jarring. Having this part be white. And then I'll go in and add the effects of the golden lasso. And if, in case you don't have the patience to wait, let me go ahead and get started with some of the effect here. I have to melt white and yellow on here. Let me do this side red real quick. Now what I'm doing is I'm pretty much covering this with white, and then I'm going to come over with some yellow and kind of give it this like glow effect. Hopefully. In theory it should work. It's worked before. Okay, don't want to mess some of this up here. It takes a bit for it to cool down, not too long. And I can go into this green here. That should make it a little darker. Turn this around so I don't put my paw on here. I don't know why I'm pressing so hard. I don't really need to do that. Let me go ahead and heat the paper up so I don't have to press so hard. Work smarter, not harder. Okay. Turn it around a little bit more. I'm kind of leaving a little bit of white space around this part of the lasso, anticipating the using the white color. Heat this up again. Alright, and that gives them really good coverage. Alright. Okay, so I'm going to hit this side too. Try to stay with where the lines are here. Let me heat this up again. Now I'm wondering, I could get away with at least putting Batman in here. If I could find like a small face of each one of the guys, I could throw that in there, or I could just leave this as a girl power type of thing. And now the cool thing about melting the crayon on here for the effect is that you can chisel it off any parts in there that you don't think that you need. Like it comes out like a big old blob and stuff, and then I can scratch off and kind of sculpt where I want it to go. And if I screw up, I just put some more on there. Very versatile. And then after it's cooled, after a few days and it's cooled, it looks so cool. Like the one I showed of the girl earlier. I colored that heavily with crayon. Heavily. But when you look at it today, it doesn't look like crayon. It looks like a totally different medium. Almost like paint. It definitely doesn't have the same consistency as crayon. And using this method, you really get it into the paper. You don't see any of those white streaks and stuff like that when you use the baby oil covered paper. And a little bit of heat. Okay. I think I need a straight edge. Let's see. Just for this side of the star. Oh, there we go. We'll just eat into it a little bit. There we go. And I'm just throwing some extra crayon on here just for good measure. Oh yeah, that looks nice. Oh, I could straighten out this part of the star too. Try to use this edge of the, let's see, about right there is good. Lovely. Okay. All right. Okay, so we need to chisel some more of this yellow and white into this. Let me see. Let me throw. If I throw the, let me see what it would look like with the yellow. I'm going to use the laser yellow. And just go over the white, and it's scratching it off. That's okay. Didn't like it anyway. Yeah, I put too much white on here. That was a bust. Okay, so what I think I want to do is I want to take it around the outside and just color it white. I'll have to do it in a couple layers. Okay, color it white, and then the outside of it, color it yellow. so I can give it a glow. Let's see if the yellow pop on now. Warm it up a bit. Clean this off. It's almost there. I'm getting a little bit of the glow. So I'm just going to keep going back and forth with white and yellow until I get to the brightness of yellow that I want. And this green is killing me. It's hard to get it over on the top of it. So let's see if we can melt a little bit of this. Not that one. I'll use this one. Get it nice and wet. There we go. Speed it up a bit. Yeah, whenever you can, if you think you're going to throw an effect on something, try to anticipate that you're going to... You need to leave little areas around it here. I did not do that like I knew I wanted to do it. I just... Excuses, Kim, excuses. Just get it to where it's just about to drip. And then just kind of throw that in there. There we go. Same thing. Get it just where it's about to drip. Okay. Try not to scratch it off. Let's see if we can get that on here. And it's kind of combining with the white. Ooh, a lot of chunks around here. There's my yellow glow there. I didn't mean for it to be that huge, but it is what it is. Okay. And then I can just come back in with red and narrow it down a little bit. Where's my red? I think that's going to be like, my thing is like, where's that red? Where's my red? I can't find my red. It's falling and I can't get up. Ah, where's my red? Did I put it away? I never put anything away. What are you talking about? Oh, here it is. Duh, it's right in front of me. Okay, and I'll just bring that in a bit. There we go. I don't want to put too much onto the star, so I'll let that just glow on the star. Same thing right here, just come back in with a red and just take down a little bit of the glow. And just for giggles, I'll toss a little bit of red here and in between. And we're kind of breaking the boundary here. Okay, so the trick is get some white on there, and then but get it just where this is like a wet tip, and then quickly throw it on there, and then do the same thing with yellow. It's a little bit melted. Throw that on there. Okay, and then the yellow. Ah! Just to where it's about to drip. The more white that you have on there, the brighter the yellow is going to look when you put it on top of it. And it'll look a lot brighter if you have another color that's somewhere on here to make it really stand out. It looks great on black. Okay, and if I wanted to like really get froggy, I could add some yellow glitter. I think I've got like a glitter. It's in here somewhere. This is more greenish though. Then I could melt a little bit of that on there. And there's a metallic. So let's see what the metallic does along with the yellow here. I love this caddy thing. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Okay, just heat up the paper. And we'll just toss a little bit of the glitter. Gonna melt a little bit. Just or I could cheat and just use glitter glue, one or the other. Okay, there's some glitter coming off on this one. It's really super subtle. Let's see. Let's see. Let me wipe some of this off. All right, so we're just about there, I think. Oh, I didn't try this one. This one's a metallic, but it looks like it has glitter in it as well. Let me see. That looks like it's kind of coming off. Oh yeah, I see some of the glitter. But I'm gonna cheat and end up using one of my other glitter glues. Just because now I'm all glittery. Okay, so let me go ahead and show you what I've got. And I'd like to thank you guys for hanging with me. Those of you who stayed for 3 hours, God bless you. It's almost 4 hours. So it seems like the average that I have is like 4 hours on stuff like this. And I'm going to go ahead and do a speed version so you're not missing anything. And I got the villains in the star. And they're very, very subtle. And it's like you got to be looking right at them to see them. And one way I could have made them a little bit more obvious is if I would have just taken my time a bit and made them a little darker so you can see the villains thus far. There's the Croc. I gotta let my camera focus. And then I got the Joker down here. And Mr. Freeze, I believe that's his name. Now, I have a bit of a delay on my camera versus the screen, so I'm trying to catch up to you guys. There we go. And then you can see the... Come on down, Kim. Okay, now you can see the Joker a little bit better. And then there's... There be a freeze here, Captain. Right near her bum. Right there. And then you can kind of see the lizard, or Killer Croc. I think I'll color that in just a smidge so you can see him a little bit better. There we go. Alright. He's got so many little ridges and bumps and stuff, it's kind of hard to see him. So him probably would have been better in a darker color. Let's see, where does his eye go? I think this is his eye. We'll make it his eye, gosh darn it. I'm improvising because I'm not looking at his image. But yeah, there's a... you can do that because I'm too lazy to color. I guess that's the point. But yeah, that's where I am so far. And then I can smooth this out. I can add more darker red and stuff like that in the background. But this has already been like 4 hours. So just stay tuned for the speed video. And then you'll be able to see it from start to finish in 3 minutes or less, depending on the song I choose. So again, you guys, thank you so much for hanging out with me. If you've learned anything, cool. And if you do use any of these techniques, let me know. I want to see. Oh my gosh, I want to see. I'm just so nosy. But again, I'll see you guys in the next video. Tomorrow, I'm going to be finishing up Pirates of Dark Water. At least Tula, at least. I'll be working on her. I'm going to probably shade in Ren a little bit more, like I did Ayaz, just to make it, you know, so I have less of these little lines like crayons. This is kind of like how crayons would look if you just went with crayons, but these are colored, these are fabric markers. So anyway, I don't want to steal Wonder Woman's thunder. All right, you guys, take it easy and be super in your world. Take care. Bye-bye.